Sound test. Well, folks, we're here at Fast Break on the first semi-final match. We're joining it mid-session, and we have Haley Bevel. Haley Bevel's playing Ronald France. Both of them are skill level 3, and this is the second game where we're joining them, and it's Haley shooting towards the left corner pocket. She's on stripes. This is an 8-ball competition for the Tri-Cup. And as skill level 3s, it's a race to 2. Each of them need to get 2. Who won the first game? He did. Okay, the first game Haley lost by unfortunately sinking the 8-ball out of turn, and that was then won by Ronald. So this is the second game, and Haley is on stripes. She has only 1 stripe ball left on the table. Ron has 4. Ron addresses the 6-ball down to the bottom corner. Unfortunately, he overcut it, and it's left Haley with a shot, but there is no way that that pocket is blocked by Ron's number 2. It was a interesting shot there. She cleared the pocket, opened up, and cleared her 15 for the other corner, leaving Ron a very long pot for the 6 down to the bottom corner. A timeout has been called by the captain to discuss the strategy on the game. There is 1 timeout in each of the semi-final matches, and Ron is using his now. So the timeout is over. Ron is going to shoot behind the black. He missed this 3, leaving Haley with ball in hand on her final ball before she has an attack at the 8-ball to win the second game. Haley confirms its ball in hand and is now repositioning behind the 15 to shoot it into the top corner pocket right behind the 3-ball, making it rather a large pocket. There's a little room for error there. And if she just rolls up slightly past the 7, she'll have a perfect shot on the 8. She sank it, but she didn't roll far enough and now snookered herself behind the 7, leaving herself a very difficult bank to get out of trouble. Haley's looking at the bank, lines it up. Perfect hit, absolutely good. She put the black out into the middle of the table near the top, and now Ron has a task ahead of him. He unfortunately missed the 3 and has left Haley almost a straight-in shot on the black to win the second game and tie it up. And Haley wins the second game. So now the score is 1-1. Both of them are on the hill, and each team has now technically won 1 point. Now, the object of the 8-ball Tri-Cup semi-final is to get the first to 8 points, and of course 3 games. You could win the game. You could win the session with a 7-7 tie as long as one team has 7. But right now there is 1 point each to each of the teams. Haley is representing the I'd hit that visiting team, and Ron is representing the Nighthawks. The Nighthawks are up from Beaufort, South Carolina, and I'd hit that is a home team here in Somerville at Fast Break. So this is their home pool hall, and they're playing on the tables they play on every week. So in some sense, there may be a slight advantage to the I'd hit that team because they're very familiar with the tables, but they're very well recently all recovered with new felt. They're all valley tables, and it's excellent playing conditions. Haley breaks the third game and puts the cue ball behind the closed-in rack. I'm not sure, did 4 balls hit a rack? Between the two players, they can elect to either re-rack or they could continue to play. Ron is electing to continue to play. He lines up on the 13. Tries to get a bank. It goes back a couple of times. The ball comes back into the center of the table, leaving Haley a choice on either the 2, the 6, or the 9, or even the 1. So she can choose either the solids or the stripes. She's electing to go for the 3 at the bottom corner. She misses, so it is still an open table. I can turn this off. So Ron studies the table again. The idea is to try to get the best choice of the ability to try to run the table. He's trying on the solids again, but misses the shot, leaving Haley a very crowded shot, to say the least. There's not one particular ball that is actually on. All the balls are very crowded at the top end of the table, and the black prominently located in the center. She tries for the 3 for a bank. Misses the bank again, leaving the ball in the center of the table, and again, it's an open table for Ron. Mr. France, I'm sorry. I'll get these right sometime. Ron hits a very good 9, he's now on stripes, and tried for the 11 on a bank, putting Haley behind both the 4 and the 2. Haley looks at the 2 to the bottom corner. And a perfect shot all the way. A lot of green, and she puts her first ball in, leaving herself on the 6. Checks the angle, comes back. She could roll a little bit forward and come right up on a perfect position for the 3. Unfortunately, it left it open above the pocket, but it didn't give Ron very much to shoot at because yes, he did. The 11 ball that he tried to bank before is now almost a straight shot into the center, into the side pocket. Ron chooses that, lines it up, and again misses the ball, wedging Haley right in behind the 12, leaving her actually a rail shot to try to hit the 1 and keep. And she hits very, very well. It's a very nice safety, putting her right down there near the 6, and leaving Ron a very long shot on the 11. almost put the 13 in on the ricochet, but again leaving Haley against the rail with not very much to work with. She looks at the 4, she looks at the 1. And she's looking to try a safety shot here, but unfortunately clears the 11, again giving Ron an opportunity at both the 13 and the 11. Ron chooses the 11 for the side pocket. No, he went down for the corner. It's coming back to the far end, almost put it back on the long bank, going back to the opposite corner, leaving Haley an almost straight shot on the 3. A slight angle there, enough really for her to just roll down on the 6. Perfect shot, and it's right back down there behind the 6. That 3 went into the center of the pocket. So Haley has got a fairly good eye today on the angles on the table. And this is the hill-hill match. So the winner of this match actually wins the 2 points. She tried to clear the 1, but it actually put it back into the pack, leaving Ron a look at the 12 and the 11, but both of them are not easy shots. No. 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 There was a little bit of a discussion whether it was a ball in hand, but the one ball definitely went off the top rail and came back into the pack. Tries a bank again on the 11 and misses, puts Haley back in, wedged up almost in against the 4. But does have a look at the it's a little bit of a severe angle and a lot of green between a little blue in this particular case on the felt. She goes for the 6 in the bottom corner. Again, it was hit a little too thick and rolls back to the center of the table, leaving Ron a perfect shot on the 13, which he elects to leave in the pocket. He's going in for the 12 instead and puts it close to the other pocket, leaving Haley another look at the 6 to the bottom corner. Again, it looks like a very, very lucky shot because it rolled forward. It did have a slight angle or a little bit of spin in the ball to take it off the direct shot into the pocket. So Haley now is wedged up against the side of the pocket, looking at the 5. No, she's looking at the 4. And again, coming back down, threatening that pocket as a scratch, but again missing it. Leaving Ron another choice, but he's going for the 11, possibly to roll it. No, he ran it right back into the pack again. But this time it's left fairly safe because he has actually snookered Haley behind the black ball, leaving Haley a choice to come off the rail and go for the 5 to prevent a ball in hand. And a good hit comes off the rail and again leaves Ron the choice of that 13, which he may not do. No, he's going for the middle of the pack there. He's probably going to break him out a little and uses the 1 to put the 13 in the top corner and leaving him pretty much a look at the single 11, but there's not very much there's no place for it to really go. So he plays safe, but clears the ball into the center of the table, leaving Haley a direct shot on the 1. into the top corner. You notice with Haley, she keeps her head down, she keeps her body perfectly straight, and the cue straight. It's a very good. She's got good good form. She's now lined up on the 5. Unfortunately, misses the 5 and puts it back in the cluster behind Ron's 3 balls. So Ron is looking at the 10 into the top corner, which he does very well. He's now got a shot at. I'm not sure. He has the 11 there, but he has a cluster. Walks around the table to look at the situation. Doesn't see much, I think, outside of the 11. Chooses the 11. Unfortunately, hit the shot a little too thick and overcut the pocket off the rails. So now it's left Haley with no real shot again. She can see the 7. I don't know whether she can see the 4. Well, she did an excellent shot of clearing the 4 and leaving her an option on the 5. The 7 is her trouble ball. She's got to get that out of there if she wants to win this game. So Ron looks at the 12, looking for a carom perhaps. 12 onto the 11, good shot. And again puts the balls back into a cluster, which I'm not sure if the 12's 14 is on, if the 14 passes the 5. So Ron just elects to hit the 15 and play safe. I'm not sure if that's a... Now, of course, the captain called the timeout to examine that 14-12 carom and the option of not leaving Haley a complete open table, because if he had hit the 15 the way he was thinking, he would have probably brought the white ball out into the middle of the table, giving Haley a shot at both the 4 or the 5. And if she hit the 5, she would have had a chance to perhaps clear the 7. But right now, that 7's in prison. And she's really in trouble at the moment to finish the game. So it really depends on what Ron elects to do. And that was a perfect shot. Unfortunately, he did put the 14 in, but he's now left himself a very difficult shot on the well, he hit the 12, put it out there in the table. Now, of course, Haley has a shot at the 7. Perhaps she can also see the 5. A very safe shot. She's now put herself in a situation where the only shot that Ron has is the 15 to the bottom corner. It's almost dead straight. At the moment, the 12 does not pass the 5 going into the top corner. So Haley has an excellent chance here to run the rest of the table. She has options on all 3 of her balls. It depends how she looks. She's first going to try for the 4. If she stops it right there, she'll have a direct shot on the 7. A little hard, but it came across. It was lucky it off the rail. She has a look at the 7. She could come off the rail, and she only... I'm not sure if the bank is on, whether it'll clear the 12. Yeah, she looks to play safe, but unfortunately put her 5 on the rail, giving Ron a... Actually, Ron really has a very difficult shot, a very fine cut on the 15 down at the bottom corner here, into the left corner pocket, which he did. That was an excellent shot. Left it hugged right in the pocket. It does not give Haley any kind of shot. If she tries to, there's a danger here that she could run that 5 down the rail towards the black. So she just elects to play safe. It's Ron's turn. He has the option of slowly hitting the 15 and rolling back up for the 12, or to leave it and try to bank the 12. An excellent shot. So Ron looks like he's going to take control of the remaining balls that he has. He will still have to try to get a position on the 8 in order to win the game. He would prefer to come over somewhere close to the vicinity of the 5. Yeah, he sort of put the ball in on the wrong side, so he's now left himself a bank into the center. So Ron missed the bank. Now Haley has a shot at the 5 up into the top corner. If she hits this too high, she has an option. That was an excellent shot, giving Ron a very, very thin cut. He's actually going to try to kick the ball. Now there's no more timeouts. There's only one timeout in the semifinals.
Wow! Oh!
He tried and missed it by just a couple of inches. An intelligent shot, leaving Haley with ball in hand. Looks like they're going to call timeout on Haley. He's probably going to counsel her to bring the ball more straighter into the corner to stop it, and then give her an excellent shot on the 1, on the 5. Sorry, on that black ball, the last remaining ball to win the game. If Haley puts this in with a fine, just a stun shot, stopping the ball dead, or rolling against the rail is the same effect. Now she has a very relatively easy shot on the black to win the match into the top right corner pocket. She puts out the duck to indicate that's the pocket she's chosen. She lines it up. Perfect shot, and she wins the game. Haley has won 2-1, and we now move on to the second match in the semifinals. So we're waiting for the teams now to select their choice of players in the second match. The team from Buford, the Nighthawks, have have only 1 point so far in their aggregate. I'd Hit That from Somerville has 2 points. It looks like Richard, their highest level player, elected to go up this time. And we're looking now for I'd Hit That to select someone to answer Bill's challenge for the second match. I'm sorry, a correction. This is William. William's a 5 from Buford, which means that he's going to have to play possibly as many as 4 matches or 4 racks and win 4 games in order to win this game. More than likely he'll play a higher skill level as well, but they're still debating here as to who they will put up against him. So it looks like Robert Lucas is going to go up from I'd Hit That from Somerville. He's a 5 as well, and William is a 5. So this is going to be a 4-4 race. And again, there's 3 points in the offing for the winners to claim. If one of the teams wins all 4 games and the other team wins none, they will take all 3 points towards their aggregate total. If they share games, then it's going to be a maximum of 2 points to the win, and if someone gets to the hill, then there's a point there available as well. So they lagged for the break. It looks like William won the break, and Robert is now going to rack. Now these 2 players being a skill level 5, we should see a little bit more ball control, perhaps a little bit more mapping of the choice of which balls to choose, because as you start to get to a 5 and a 6, you start to learn to control the cue ball, and you can move it around the table, and you have a little bit more choice on where you can position it, hoping that you can position it behind another ball to continue your run. It's not unusual for a 5 to even run the whole rack. So this could be a very exciting match with William to break. He's going to break the rack from the classic one diamond up, one diamond out. And takes at least 1 stripe. Let's see where we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, this 1 stripe was the only one that went down. I think that was I think it was the 15. No, the 15 is there. Which one's missing? Must have been the 12. Yeah, the 12 went in. Nope, the 12 is there too. I'll get in a minute. Looks like the 10 went down. He's aimed up on the 13. And unfortunately, wow, that was a very good shot. He stunned it back, screwed it back a little bit too much, and it almost came back into the left corner pocket. Williams waiting for the other player at the other table alongside to finish his shot so that he can get position. He's looking at the 14. Rolls it down towards the bottom corner pocket. He has a 12 ball covering the 6, the 7, and the 2. Puts Robert very close to 5. Doesn't really have a good shot. Not really an open pocket. The left corner, that's a very thin cut. He would leave the white ball down at this bottom corner if he misses. An excellent shot. Oh, he stunned that back right into the center of the pocket. Looks like the only one he has now available is the 6, a thin cut across the top rail. Well hit, cleared the 7 to the center pocket, but unfortunately has put himself into a bit of a bind behind the 14, and his trouble ball is the 4. He may elect to try and play safe and get it out of there because he's got to do it at some time, or he may let William try and break that out. He's looking at it. Yeah, he's going to try a thin cut across to the top right corner pocket. It's an excellent try. Now he's put himself in an interesting position because the 4, in fact, all of his balls are in the open. So now it's William to try to look at the table and map out his attack on how he's going to run his. He's going to start with the 15. Looks like he's going to stun across. No. He rolled it instead of stroking it, and it sort of didn't give it the angle it needed. But he did position it in top of the pocket. And now that's left the 4. Well, it could probably still do it off the rail if it passes. Robert's looking at it. It looks like it passes, so that you did. Off the rail, into the pocket, opening the table. He's looking at the 7, he's almost got a dead straight shot there. He's got almost a slight angle on the 2 into the left corner pocket. But hit it a little too hard and a little offline. Leaving William in the center of the table with lots of options. Looks like he's going to go for the 15. Stunned it back into the rail, leaving himself a shot on the, probably the 9, into the side. A delicate shot, perfect position, leaves himself on the 12 into the center. He's going to have to draw back on this ball if he's going to. Probably the only option he's going to have. Well, no, actually, yeah. He's almost too straight to try to go on an angle. No, he's electing to hit the rail and see what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. It was a gamble. He can still see a sliver of the 14. Actually, the 14 may actually go from there, but I don't think he's going to go for it. He may have to. Studies the table. He's going to bank the rail onto either. Actually, a bad shot. Covered up the 3 with the 11, but it still gives Robert a good view at both the 7 and 2. First, come off the rail and back out for the 2, for the 1. He's left William with a on the 14. But I don't think he hit it hard. Again, that's the penalty we for rolling up on something rather than stroking it. So now he's left with a very touchy bank, which he navigates perfectly, still leaving Robert options on all of his balls at the bottom end. He's still got 4. So Robert may look at the 2, and the natural angle from the 2 would him down onto either the 1 or the 7. Looks like he'll leave the 3 up there to get position 8. Well done. He's not off a position. On the 1, long shot. Come up right. Now he's going to hit it with top. Ooh. Well, shot for William. Ball is potable. This ball goes, but the thing is he won't be able to hold it unless he hits coming off the top rail. He's going to have to hit this very, very thin. And he missed it, kicked it back onto the opposite rail, again leaving Robert not an easy shot. He's up and down in the center of the table. May give him the only option to avoid a potential scratch would be to go for the 3. Hit it fairly well, leaving William actually snookered behind both the 3 and the 1 and the 8. It's a 2-rail kick. It comes down close to this first left diamond. He runs the option of coming off the rail at about the top 3rd diamond, and may actually, well, he's looking for a 1-rail kick. They're discussing it. Okay, I would have probably gone a little bit further closer to the diamond and come off the rail. But he did hit it, and it was a good shot, but it's now left Robert completely open on the 3 to come off the top rail and come back down to the center of the table to give him an option on both the 7 and the 1. Robert is tending to hit them a little bit hard, so if he slows the table a little bit closer to pocket speed, he should be fine. An excellent shot. There he's put himself down into a perfect position for the 7 into the top. A stun shot would stop it right there for the 1, and he could stun it again and he'd be right on the black. Well done. Stopped it right behind the 1. It's not quite a straight shot, got a slight angle. So it's a little bit of left English. Again, he stunned it to a stop and rolled it only a couple of inches, and he's left himself a virtual, a very navigable angle on the black to the top left corner pocket. Again, he'll stun the ball again to keep it in play and prevent any scratch. Excellently done. And the first game goes to Robert. So now Robert has 3 more to complete the match. Williams has still to open his account. It is a race to 4. And this time, Robert will break. Now we've already had over an hour in play. Do you know what time sudden death is? Okay, 3:40 is sudden death, so we are it's a difficult break for either player right now. There's still 2 hours and 30 minutes to go before sudden death. And this is the second game. Now, you noticed also that William accidentally touched the 4 ball. There is no foul in APA on any ball except the cue ball. But William did manage to claim the stripes as his balls for this set. He didn't have much of a choice there. He could have drawn back, but he just stunned it and stopped there. He does have a shot on the 12, which he does very well. He's brought himself back out for the 14, or he could use the 9, but you're shooting over the 1 there. He might be more comfortable going for the 14. And rolling down a little, he would have a possible shot back onto the 15 to the top right corner pocket. But he hit it too hard for that, I think. So he's now going for the 9. Not sure that the stun shot was the right one to call there, because he doesn't give himself anything except if he wants to try and break out his 13 ball, use the 11 into the 7. But that also does give Robert the control of the cue ball, the control of the table, and both the 4 and the 6 are on. He looks at the 4 first. overcut it and rolled it back up on top of the 6. Well, that would be a perfect carom for later. Didn't really give William an easy shot from here. He got a lucky roll. He's going to try for the 11. I'm not sure if it passes the 8, he may be able to get it to the top corner, but no, he just hits it up and down. Actually puts in one of Robert's balls and also put the black in play. So it was... So yeah, Robert will hit the 4 onto the 6, and the 6 should go in the pocket, leaving the 4 behind the 13. Giving himself a perfect position on the 3 into the side pocket. And he has a shot on the 7 into the top. He may be able to roll up there and free the 4 at the same time. Yes, goes to the top rail. Not sure if he has an angle on that with the 13 there. So he's electing to go for the 1, which to the bottom left corner pocket, right corner pocket. No, he banked it. A Z bank. That left it close in the vicinity of the bottom right corner pocket, leaving William a rail shot on the 11. But both of his other 2 balls are covered up by both the 2 and the 4. He may be able to come off the rail first and take the 15 into the top corner. The 13 has no way to get past the 4. He's electing to try to bank the 13 across, I believe. Oh, it was a safety shot. Put it very close to black. I'm not sure that it cut off access to the 1. Robert's looking at it. I guess it did. No, it looks like he can hit the 1, but he's going to have to come back up the table somehow. No, I guess he can see the 4 from there. If he hits it with top, it's going to come right down here to the bottom corner. If he hits it with a draw shot, he could keep it up there. No, he's going to roll it with top. He doesn't know. He's undecided. It's a difficult shot either way you look at it. The 4 will go, but the position for the 2 for the next shot and try to win the next frame, this frame that's, yeah, he tried to break it out, but he didn't quite draw it completely and came out a little wide. Well, now he's going to have to just try to clear it. That 2 definitely doesn't go. But he runs the risk. If he hits a 2 on the right side, he could easily put the 15 in for William. If he hits it solid, he leaves the white anywhere there for the 13 and giving William the option of getting position from the 13 onto an open 15. So the captain is coming over to talk to Robert about his options They're only allowed one timeout as a learning experience for the more experienced player or another player of equal experience to discuss with the table, the player on the table, a strategy for what may be the best thing to do from here. It's an excellent way for people in the APA to win or to learn the game and improve their game by listening to experienced players who look at what they're handed and to make a decision in that they give them the best options. So Robert is just going to play a safety and leaves the 15 jammed, so that if William now elects to sink the 13, he has an option again to what is he going to do next. He's got only the 15 to play, and if he has to hit the 15, he's going to clear the 2 for Robert. So that was an excellent strategy that the team came up with. William looks at his options. Not sure he likes what he sees, but he may elect to just play safe and bring it right softly behind. He hit it a little too hard and freed the 2. I think he was just trying to come off the top rail very softly and to try to bring it in right behind the 15, but he hit it just a little too hard. Now it's given Robert almost a direct straight shot into the side pocket. Which he missed. So this will be an interesting game from here because both of these are skill level 5s and they've got open balls on pockets. So we would expect that William may just close this game out from here. He's got a relatively simple shot on the 15. He came across, but did he come across correctly? Whoa, yeah, he came across perfectly. So he's got the 13 in the top left corner, off the top rail, roll back into the middle of the table for the black into the bottom corner, left himself virtually a straight shot into the bottom corner, and looks to tie up this match 1-1. And he does so. So William wins the second match, the second frame. So that now is tied up for the teams, 1 each, on their race to 4. It's Robert to rack. Gets a little hindsight review with the captain on the options that were presented with that 2 when it was wedged up against the 15 there. William waits patiently while he sets the balls. So William checks the rack. It's tight. He's changed his position this time for breaking. He's going off the opposite side of the table. Again, gets the wing ball and the 15. So did he get 2 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, he got two stripes. 7, and there's no solids were put down at the same time. So now William has a big advantage here. He's got position on the 13 into the side pocket. He can easily come up. He'll have to hit the 5 on the way through. If he hits it with a little bit of, if he strokes through the 5, he should be on a perfect position for the 12, and the 5 may actually go towards the 9. No, he elected to go to the 9 and put himself behind the 3. I'm not sure that was the right choice, but William's the one playing the game, so now he's left with what his options are. He does not have a shot on the 13 in the side pocket any longer at this point. He can't see the 12. The only one he's got, he doesn't really have a pocket. The 14 does not pass the 2. He can't hit the 13 without scratching. He snooked behind the 3 to the 12, so actually it was definitely the wrong shot. So all he's left with is a safety shot on the 14. Now he's crowded his 14 against the 6, against the 4, leaving Robert now options on 1. He's got the 5 at the top corner. He's got the 1. Those two look like his best choices. So he's going for the 1 to the top right corner. Hit very well. Rolls up on the rail for the 3. Stun this back. He will have 5 into the side pocket behind the 13 if he chooses. He wanted to get away from the black so he didn't have to shoot over the balls so much, but he still is doable. It was an excellent stun shot straight into the side pocket. He's lined up with a slight angle on the 2. It's almost dead straight though, but he does have enough to be able to get back up the table. Overcut it and brought it back into the table. Now William has virtually the advantage here because the 10, 13, and the 12 is on. Is sitting for the offing. The 10 first. Hit it too hard. He's still able to put to the top corner, and he's still able to do the 13. Well, perhaps he can come off the 13 down onto the 4. To be the end of his run, unless he can bank this 14 back into the center. But that's not going to give him an option on the 12. A path on the has now him in a. He's going to try. Well, Robert is looking at the 4 into the top left. Straight after he navigated very well. It's 6. And now advantage, I guess, to William. William can roll up on the 14, and he will virtually have a direct in on the 12. which may actually put him in a position for the black into the left side pocket. Williams looking at that 14. Checks to see where the 12 is and where he needs to. Somewhere close to the second or third diamond on the opposite right rail. Checking the strategy with his captain. They're talking about where the cue ball needs to be for that 12. I think he's on the wrong side of the 14. So this may change the dynamic just a little bit because he's not able to roll up on it since he's got to hit it on the bottom end, the bottom edge, to get into that side pocket. Captain may be asking him to think about going to the top corner, but we'll see. William to play. Nope, he had almost a dead straight shot. Apparently there was no angle there from my angle here. And so he does have a potable 12 into the top left corner. He's been hitting these very soft, so I'm not sure that he's going to give himself a position on the 12. Oh, he missed it. But he did leave it. He did leave it close. He did leave it close for the next shot onto the top corner. Robert to look at the 7. Well, that's a thin cut for William. He won't be able to hold the ball, but he does. If he does cut it in, he's going to come off the top rail, come down to the bottom end of the rail here, and depending on how hard he hits it, he could be in a perfect position for the black. No, he hit it too solid. The cue ball did come back to where he would have been close to a position on the black, but now he's left Robert with the options to run the table. He's going to do the 6 first, probably stun it, go for the 7. Probably use the 7 to come down to the 2. And use the 4 to get position on the black. That would be the way I'd probably choose it, but we'll see what he does. No, looks like he's going to stun. Well, what is he going to do here? He's going to see. Here's the problem. Now he's got a thin cut on the 4, which means he's going to have to run the full length of the table twice. He runs the risk of coming back off the bottom rail here and coming back up onto the black. Or hit it really, really soft, but I don't think he can hold it. Yeah. Yeah, it came all the way back up to the top rail. Now he's got himself an extreme cut on the 2. And again, he's going to have to run that ball up the length of the table. In courting these pockets, and he got a very, very lucky kick off the side cushion and has left himself a dead straight shot on the black. So Robert puts away the third game, and the score now for the team is 2-1. And And it's William to rack again. At 2-1, no one's in a scoring position at this point. If Robert wins this game, then that would put him at 3-1, and he would be on the hill, and they would have scored another point for their team, giving them an aggregate of 3, should that be the case. If it goes the other way, then the points will even up more. So Robert to break, selecting to break from the side. Not sure if he goes for the 8 on the break, but you can do it from that position. He tried. There goes the black. It was a good try. A good try. He really tried to close that out in one shot. That was really, really close. So William's going to go for the, looks like the 15. No, it's the 12. Oh, he jumped the ball by accident over the top of the ball and right into the pocket. That's a classic way to give a ball in hand. But not so bad. So Robert had a little humor, has ball in hand, and now looks at his options. He's got a crowded there, all bunched up together there. He's got the 3, 1, 6 in the open, which he put away in the top right corner. He's got the 2, which he might want to draw back on and see if he can break something out. Or maybe not. No, he missed it. Almost put himself near the 9. Has a shot on the 1 and the 3. I think the 3 first, perhaps. Yeah. Hit it too hard and sort of stunned the ball. Would have given him a very difficult cut on the 1 should he had sunk it that time. Looking at 12 again, thinking this time not to jump over it. Yes, well done. He did clear something out, but look at this. He's come down to the far end where he has both the 11 and 9 against the rail. He's got that 10 and 15. So I think he's going to see if he can bank one of these back to the top corner. No, he just played safe, leaving it into the center for another option left. He wanted to get William to take him out for him, which he must. 12 has a very strong here. to the center and take the 9. A little too wide. Now it's going to have to go off the rail or go to the 11 at the bottom corner. He may elect the 11 at the bottom rail here because the 9 is covering up the 3. It's a very difficult bank from that angle. Just play safe. Giving control of the ball back to Robert, who has all of his balls in the open. Taps away the 4. He's given himself an option on the 1 to the bottom right corner. If he was to stun this one, he would then have a perfect shot on the 5. I don't think the 7 passes the black, so he'd have to go across table to get the 7. He missed it. And again, from here, William has a difficult position because if he puts in the can't see this which color that is there. Is that the 11? I think it's the 11. I'm looking at the white side of the ball here. I think it is. If he cuts that into the pocket, the cue ball is going to travel to the 1 and pretty much stop. Oh no, he kicked it on the side. So now he's got, well, that was an interesting shot. He had a little bit of screw on that. And gave himself, I don't think he has enough angle to put it in the pocket. Actually, that is a very difficult shot for him. If he tries to bank it, he runs the risk of even carrying forward into the pocket. So the captain's come out for another timeout. Maybe he can see that he can bank it. Well, it's off the rail, so if he draws it, it'll probably just go straight down, or he could even use top. But I would possibly draw it to flatten it out. I think if he'd have got the angle on that to go across bank, I think he may have actually scratched. But it's left Robert with some difficult options here. He's got a carom 3-5, which is a very difficult shot from so far away. He's got a possible bank on the 1 to the center right pocket. And he's favoring the reverse bank on the 7, which actually is a shot a lot of people do. But the problem with that is he's going to come off the top rail and he may actually hit the black, puts that in play. And if he hits it at the wrong angle, that black may go to the corner pocket. I think he's going to elect to go the safer shot. The safer bank is going to be the 1, or he may just play safe. Looks like it's going to be a safety shot. And that was well done, a perfect table speed, and put himself squarely behind the 1, giving William no shot on the 9. Well, he's got he can bank it. He's used up his timeout, so he can't discuss it. It's got to be his decision. And he's also shooting over the ball. Well, I guess he can see enough of it to try and do a left English cut. And a perfect shot, leaving Robert with a couple of interesting decisions here. So he's going to play safe again, probably bring the ball back behind the 7. Didn't hit it hard enough, but did put it back on the top rail, and leaving William with no shot on the 9. And the only option he has is to clear the 9 to give Robert a clear view of all 4 of the remaining balls that he has in this set. So William puts the cue ball back in play, pretty much where Robert was hoping it would go, because now he sees he's got the 7, he's got the 5, he's got the 3. He even has the 1. So it looks like he's electing to go for the 5 first. Apparently, well, if the 7 did go past the 8, it doesn't now. Three into the side. What he's looking for is a very thin angle there. He got it, but he couldn't hold it, so he's run to the bottom corner, or the bottom rail, and he's only got a shot on the 1, which I'm not. Well, it'll be a very close pass if it banks back into the side. Robert's studying it. Apparently there is enough room. If he banks it to the center, the cue ball does come back to the bottom rail. And if he gets the bank, he's going to have a very difficult shot on the 7. So a lot to decide here. Captain sees that there's an opportunity to maybe discuss the options, because Robert doesn't quite know what to do, and perhaps the captain sees something that Robert doesn't see. The other option he may have, if he thin banks it, a quarter bank, he could send it back up to the top corner, right corner, which would then cut off access. If he hit it at table speed, it would cut off access to the black for William, who has a he's got his remaining 9 right in the center of the table, so he's got an option to hit any of the open pockets if he gets an opportunity to play the game, if Robert lets him in. Not sure what they've discussed, but we'll just have to wait and see. He has to really stroke this ball. Not sure that was the right thing to do. Well, worked out well for William, I guess. He's got a shot into the side and can just follow up about 2 to 3 feet, and he's got a perfect angle on the 8 ball. Yep, he's put himself in a position to win the next frame, the 4th game, and that would tie it up 2-2. No, he knocked it. Hit it too thick against the rail, left it hanging, and now it's Roberts to take advantage of. He's got a thin cut on the 7, which will bring him back down the table to the 1. Well hit. If he gets it a little nudge or goes past it, off. Well, he left it just a little short. He probably would have preferred it to either pull up about 3 or 4 inches or go past 3 or 4 inches. Now all he can do is bank it. But he's got to put this in such a place where he's got to bring the cue ball back to this far right rail. That's well done. That was well done. That was a good safety shot. He drew it right back against the rail, making it an impossible pot, virtually impossible, into the top right corner. It is possible to reverse bank it and bring it back down to this right corner, the bottom corner, which I'm sure William's looking at. But anywhere that he hits this right now, it's left Robert with an easy shot on the 1. William lines it up. He double kissed it. That may have actually sealed this frame. Get the right angle on the 1. Comes back off the bottom rail. He'll be right in the center of the pocket. Kicked it across, left himself a cut into the left corner. He's going to have to hit this one low as well, because that ball from where it is could easily carry. Oh, he's going to go for the reverse cut. Okay, to the right top corner. Cue ball should hit somewhere near the diamond on the left side. No, he did hit it low. Missed it. So William has a relatively easy shot into the corner, bottom right corner. Most 5s navigate these fairly well. There it goes. So William has now tied it up. 2 frames to 2. Discussion of whether or not you can use a chalk. Technically, you can't use a chalk to mark the pocket. Huh? So they're discussing it with the referee for the rules decision. So was it awarded to Robert?
No, they're letting him have it.
Well, gave him a grace period this time, but technically a chalk is not a way to mark a table. So the score remains 2-2. Robert doesn't think that's a fair decision because it is a little against the rules, I mean established rules, but referee's decision. Well, now they're discussing it in it. it's a friendly match. They're all good sports. There was a little bit of confusion on the part of the team from Buford, and this is the home area of the league operators, and everyone is fully aware of the rule. They may not have been fully aware of it. Anyway, they will let it slide this one particular time. Freed up the game. It's now tied at 2-2. And William to break. He's changed position on his break again, back to the left side. And scratched. So now Robert comes to the table. He's got a play from the kitchen behind the second diamond across and shoot forward towards the rack. So Robert missed, so the table is still open. He's left William square on the one into the side pocket if he chooses to elect to choose solids. William hasn't decided, because a lot of the solids are covered up. So he's electing to hit the 9 and missed again. So the table is still open. There was a little bit of pause there. They had a local raffle, and now Robert is sizing it up. Okay, he's chosen stripes, and now the stripes are in a better position than the solids, but there is still that 10 ball up there that is going to give Robert a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to work that one out. Now he's tied up the 9 against the 2 as well, so he's got 2 trouble spots on the table. Doesn't really have a shot, so he's electing to take the 9 and get it out of there and break it out. No? Wow. He played safe against the 9 on the rail, and now he's given William no shot. So Robert is looking for that ball in hand, and William's going to do what he can to try to prevent it. So he looks at the table. He's got a lot of balls up there. There's a lot of solids at the other end of the table. He's going to have to come off this bottom rail. Probably a two-railed kick, I would imagine. But I don't think there's any other way that he can hit them. Yeah, I guess he's looking to try to get someone in the 3 or the 6. No, he did it. He got a good shot. That was a perfect shot. That freed up Robert's 10 just a little. Looks at the 11 into the bottom left corner. Overcut it, almost scratched, and ran the 15 up on top of the pocket. But that 9 is still a trouble spot for him. Now William has, I think he can see the 7. He's aiming on the 7. He hit that a little solid, just a little solid, right against the rail. Has left Robert with a good shot on the 5. But he wants to clear, I know what Robert's doing, he wants to clear the 5 away from that trouble spot, which is a good move. Gotta be careful he doesn't run into the pocket. Oh, I'm sorry, I was messed up there. I was thinking he was on solids for a minute. He's not. He was on the 10. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind that. I would have probably hit it just a little bit harder to get that 4 well away from it. But now it's given William a shot at the 4, so that'll actually work out well for Robert if he gets it back to the table. The 10 will be clear. Looks like the only shot that William has is possibly a cut on the 6 or a long angle to the bottom left corner. That's what he's looking to do. Played well. Put right in the bottom left corner. Now he's left himself a shot on the 5. But William also has trouble here with the 2. He's got to be able to get that out in order to complete his run. An excellent shot. Came back, hit the black, put himself on the 6. He could draw this back just a little and give himself a shot at the 3 into the side. Three into the side, just barely missed the side of the cushion. Left Robert with a straight shot on the 11. He stuns us a little. He'll have a shot on the 13. got himself a position on the 10. Now he's still got those two trouble spots down here. Maybe a little bit of safety coming up. Safety play. He can put the 10 away, but he may be able to get further. He might actually have enough. I'm not sure if he can get past the 9 and get on the 15 near the rail, but he's going to try. He might just elect to try to get the 9 out of there. Oh, he did have his lot. He had enough to see it. It's perfect. So now he's got himself a maybe a safety play. I'm not. Something's going to. He's got to try and get it out of this somewhere. But he's been playing safeties a lot, so he may just elect to do that. It was a little too soft. No rail involved in the hit. If you don't hit a rail after you hit your contact ball, it is ball in hand to the opposite, to your opponent player. So now William takes over with a clear shot on the 1, but he's got to find a way to clear out that 2. Well, he sort of cleared it, but he's put himself sandwiched in the middle between the 2 and the 9 with no shot left. So they're taking a timeout to discuss the strategy. So Robert got the opportunity to clear out the 9. The top corner pocket. And they So William has left a snookered position. No, he's on he's on his own. He's on his own solid. Oh, he missed, and he's virtually left the black in the pocket for Robert. This can put Robert on the hill. 3-1. 3-2. Sorry, 3-2. And there it is. It's 3-2 with now Robert on the hill and an opportunity to play one more match and close out the match. One more frame. So Robert is now attempting to play a frame to end the match. He tried for the 8 on the break again. Did sink a ball, so he will continue. He tried to put the 15 in, but it glanced off the 6 and missed the side pocket. He's looking at that 7. Williams electing to go for the 5 into the side. Still looking at that 7. I guess it passes the 13. Well, it was a close. He left it hanging in the pocket. Robert now studying the table to see where he should go. He tried to bank the 12 up to the top corner, but it didn't work. William will take over. He has that 7 in the pocket. He's shut off from the 3. He really doesn't have an angle on the 4. He does have the 2 down here in the left corner pocket. He's electing to take the 7. He couldn't hold it. and has almost cut himself off. He does have a look at the 2. He can see the 2. He tried to hold it, but it just got away a little bit on the top rail. A perfect shot. Probably would have hoped to have been just a little harder or a little softer. A little softer would probably be difficult. But a little harder would probably have cleared the 1 just a little bit. Left himself a difficult angle. Which he miscalculated and left it back on the rail. So now Robert takes over. Looking at the 9. Probably stun it back for the... tapped it a little. Well, he still has the 15 directly into the side. Now that, he's got to come down for that 12. I don't think he can avoid hitting the 13. Well, oh, he's tying up both the 15 and the 12 now around the black. So Williams looking at his options. He sees the 4 as a into the bottom right corner. Could probably see the 1 after that. No, he missed it again. So now this is becoming an interesting little cluster down here. Everyone's surrounding the black. Robert doesn't like it either. He looks at it. He sees the 13. He sees the 11. 13 gives him an angle to come back down the table or to go across to the 11. It was a good shot. Came back just enough for the 12 into the side pocket. If he elects to do that. If Robert comes off the rail with a little bit of right, he could probably clear the 15. Probably would have wanted to just a little bit more. And now he's jammed the black up against the 4, which is going to make that difficult as well. So played a safety across the table to leave it near the pocket. Could have been a little closer. It's still a bit crowded behind the 4, which limits the number of angles that he has an option for trying to put that ball away. William looks at the 1. Roll it up the rail. Beautiful shot. But straight. Pocket though. The 11 into the side is an option for Robert. In that 15. Well hit. He may have cleared it enough. I'm not sure that he has enough, but he may be able to throw it. Not sure that he's got enough angle. I think he's even softly hit it. Oh. Wow. Well, that's one for the books. Putting it into the opposite corner, leaving himself a direct shot on the black to win the match. And there it is. So Robert wins, and that gives their team another 2 points, which now makes it 4-1 in favor of now those two matches I was going to say those two matches have taken a lot of time. They have sudden death looming at 3:40. It is now 2:20, and they've only finished their second match. So more than likely, this match is going to go into sudden death. So this is what the captains might want to consider as to what's the best thing to do. Now, in sudden death, the rules change a little bit. The first game in sudden death, the winner gets 2 points. And if that's all the team needs to reach that magic number of 8 points, then the match is over. If the scores are, if there's no 3 wins, then that gives you different options. They could be, you could still have 7, and each of the teams have 2 wins, and the last match would have to play out to see who wins, and they'd have to play 2 frames. But we'll see. Right now, I'd Hit That is in a very enviable position to win at this point of the match, because they have the first 2 games and they've won. They only need 3 and 8 points. They're sitting at 4 points, and if they were to win a 3-0, that would only still give them 7. So they'd still have to play a 4th match. So they would have to reach the hill in the 4th match to technically win the match. Very good. Okay, Vicky from I'd Hit That is going up. She's a 4. And the other team from Beaufort has not decided who's going to play with Vicky yet. Ralph. Well, let's have a look. Now, Ralph is another 4. So this is going to be a 3-3 match. Ralph from Beaufort, Vicky from Somerville. The difference being that Vicky's team, I'd Hit That, is already 4 points, and Beaufort is only 1. And they also have 2 matches to their credit. So this is a very pivotal game in the outcome of this particular semi-final. So they're choosing to lag for break. I think Vicky hit it a little too hard. So Ralph will break, And Vicky will set up the balls in the rack. Again, this is going to be a 3-3 match. It's a race to 3. The hill is 2, which means whichever team hits the hill first will have already won another point for their aggregate. Okay, so the rack is set, and Ralph to break. I think it was a dry break, so Vicky will take over. The balls are heavily clustered up at the top of the table. So whichever set of balls Vicky chooses, she's going to have to work on it to try to clear out the ones that she needs, and the same with Ralph. So she's electing to go for the 1 to the top corner pocket, and she misses, leaving the ball right in the rack, right in that cluster, right next to the black, not giving an easy shot to Ralph. He's going to have to reach over the balls to try to hit the 4 if that's what he elects to do. It does eliminate a lot of the options as far as solids or stripes. He's electing to go for the 4, and a perfect shot. So Ralph has opened the account for Buford. They're on solids. He got several of his balls out. He put the 1 right behind the 11 to prevent Vicky from putting it in that top left pocket. Not really given Vicky much to work with, but she may be able to run the 10 across the rail behind the 1, which she does. So now she's opened her account as well. Oh, that's ball in hand to Ralph. That was a miscue. So Ralph will take over, looking at his solids. He doesn't have much to look at except the 7 down here if he wants it. He could. Maybe the 3 does go through there. It does. It was an intelligent play because that put him up on the 2. However, he's got to be jacked up over the 6. But he navigates that with ease. He may be content to come down here unless he can see the 6. No, he's coming down here for the 7. Okay, well he was getting shape on the 1. So Vicky's looking at all those 12, 15, 9 all clustered together. She's got to separate them. But she's going for the 13, I believe. Yeah. But it didn't, well, she can come for the 14 down here should she elect to do so. It's going to be a very difficult shot after this. She may have no more. Well, here's the thing. If she hits the 12, she possibly will put the black in motion. I don't believe if she hits the 11, she probably will. Not sure if the 1 would go from that angle or not. She's got to be careful here because that angle from the 12 to the black, well, she didn't hit it that hard, so that's okay. Hasn't left Ralph with a very good option. He does have a long shot, but I don't think he can get the angle to the corner. Interesting. So Ralph did a double bank. I don't know whether he planned it. He was aiming for the single bank, but he was content to take it anyway. That's the APA. The only ball that you need to nominate in black in 8-ball is the black. Oh, he stunned that a little bit and almost put it back into the side pocket and scratched, but he left it open. He's now got 2 of his 3 balls in the open. He's got the 1 next to the pocket. He's left Vicky with not a very good choice. She could try and cut this or bank it. Ooh. Well, Ralph is probably going to put this in the side pocket. He did the last shot that way. No. He had enough to roll off the rail. Left him positioned on the 5. He's got to be able to get that 1 out of there. With Vicky's balls tied up, he's electing to probably try and bank. Oh, he could see it. Wow. Well, this is interesting. That's leaving Ralph with a very fine cut into the side, which in normal circumstances would be, I think he would do it because the 9 will prevent the scratch. And it may just give him position on the black. So they decided to have a timeout. Ooh, that's interesting. Well, a bit of a different twist, putting the 5 back up on the top rail. Vicky now looks at her options. She's probably going to go for the 9, I believe, into the top right corner. Hit it on the wrong side of the ball, came across. And I'm not sure. He can get through there, maybe. And he did it well. So Ralph is elected to mark the top right corner pocket to attempt to win the first game. 9. So the first, and Vicky to break a second. Yep, he got one stripe. He's on stripes. He's got position on the 9 and position on the 14. But after that, they're going to have to do some digging because everything's clustered up there now. There's whichever one he elects, they're going to have 4 balls each, 4 solids and 4 stripes all mingled together in a cluster. There goes the 9. I mean, you can do the 10. The 10 will pass. It'll pass the 15. Navigated that very well. Doesn't really have. He needs to start doing something intelligent to free up some of those balls. If he hits the 12, he's more than likely will carom both of them. Of Vicky's balls. Well, he got one of them. Got it out of there and closed up the 14 now on the black. Didn't give Vicky anything to really play either. So it was a fortunate roll. So she's just going to kiss off the 4 and go across the table and scratched. Still a fairly safe shot because there's a lot here that needs to be cleaned out. Frank was looking at that 13 for a minute, and then now he's looking at the 15. Now he's going for the 14 to the opposite corner. Has a clear path. If he's got the angle, the ball's in. Yes, he had a clear shot on that one. He's got trouble with the 15 and the 13. The 12 is open, but there's no shot after the 12 unless he's got it up that we're not seeing right now. It's a relatively good putter, Frank. This is Ralph, right? I called him Frank. Why did I call him Frank? He's Ralph. Sorry. Ralph from Buford. Well, he put her back into the cluster, so Vicky still doesn't have anything to really work with. Vicky's perplexed here a little because there's not much but she's got to clear something out. I would possibly imagine that if she hit the 2 on the side, well, the captain's coming out to talk with her about it because they've got to do something about freeing up these balls. You may elect to kiss the 2 And the 2 to free up the 7. The only thing she's got to be careful about, if she comes off the 2. No, she's going to go for the 6. Okay, well, the captain's got an idea. Well, that's very good. Perfect shot. He could see something she didn't, I guess. At least confirmed it. Now she's got a shot. That puts her back up to the other end of the table with nothing down here anymore. And now she has an option to break something out. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect carom on the 2, back to the 7. Now she's looking at the 7, coming back down to the left corner, the right corner pocket. A perfect shot. Now, she probably doesn't want to hit the 4 because the 4 will put the black in motion. She probably needs to go for the 3. But what did she choose? Ball in hand. Let it freedom up. Ralph is if that 8 passes the 4, he may roll the 50. Roll it just forward so he gets to 13 in the top right corner. And use this to break out the 4 in the black. And put the orange back into the right corner. Be very careful he doesn't hit. Giving Vicky he's going to have to hit this one low if she goes to the 3. Travel all the way down. A little. Well, Ralph did a perfect shot on the 13 to line himself up on the black. And an opportunity to go 2 ahead. He marks the right corner. In a way, this is a game that the Buford team must win if they want to stay in this match. He sinks the black. They go 2 ahead. He's on the hill. So Vicky will rack, and Ralph will be looking to close this game out 3-0 so that he can even the score at 4-4. That's the goal. And also give them a win. So it's going to the wire here. And as the time gets closer, we're inside 1 hour to sudden death at this point. And this is only the 3rd match. So the wing ball went in, and the 1. What else happened? But it looks like, wow. Let me see how we look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 solids. 1, 2, 3. He got 2 solids. There's 5 solids left on the table, so Ralph is on solid, and he's got, but unfortunately, the top 2 pockets are covered at this point, so he's only got the 5 down here on this rack. Which he missed, and now put it up there again among the strings for Vicky, who has all of those pockets covered with her balls. Now she can just look at the rest of the field and decide the best way to try to round these balls out. There's one. Stroke. That went straight in the corner. Hesitate. 11 in the side. Oh, a little close to the 10. She probably didn't want that. She may want to elect over to the 15. She can see that. Looks like her best option. Study. May and into the pocket. Well, the captain came out because his indecision. This is the only timeout for Ralph. They're looking at that 2 as well. That could go in that open pocket. The only problem is if he hits the 2, he also hits the black. I guess they feel safe about that one. The black won't go too far because the pocket is covered. All right. Now, I don't think the 7 will pass the 15. But he may. I don't think he has a real shot on either the 3 or the 6. Well, he may be able to squeeze it off the rail. I'm not so certain that well, I know what he wants. Attempt here to he's going to pull for that one. Well, not a bad option. He's covered another pocket. Now 3 of Ralph's balls are covered up by that 15. So Ralph has an option to take out the 5, come back up into the middle of the table, and use the other side corner, the side pocket, to start cleaning out the 1 and perhaps the 3. That was a, I don't know, either intentional or a miscalculation. I don't think he wanted to do that, but that's left Vicky with a couple of options. She may want to put the 14 up there. Or she could kick out the 9, which might be the easier shot for her. And come back down for the 14. Oh! Well, Ralph has a clear look at the 3. Into the left corner. The 7 doesn't pass the 15. The 3 doesn't. The 6 doesn't pass the 12. But he's. Not sure. I think he was trying to play a safety there, but didn't guess the roll of the table. Left her open on the 10. And she got both, but she didn't really want that. Didn't really want that. Now it's freed up that pocket for Ralph if she doesn't run out. She doesn't really have an easy shot. I'm not sure if the I don't think she can get through between the 7 and the 8 to the 9 into the corner. So she's only got the 12 to work with. Oof. Well, now this is an interesting scenario because Ralph has a relatively easy shot on the 3 to come back up the table. If he comes up halfway, he has an option on the 6 into the top left corner or into the side. A stun shot on the 6 will leave him positioned on the 7 and the 8. Wow. Almost missed it, but he got it anyway. Well, he's got a straight in on the 6 to give him a... Actually, the way Ralph's been playing, he may actually go out here. Yeah, he cleared that well. This looks to be a 3-0 for the Buford team. So he marks the pocket. And if he puts the black in, that is a 1-game reclamation for the Buford team and a 3 coveted points that they needed desperately to tie the match up. Oh, and he missed. A lack of concentration or nerves. He missed it, giving Vicky another option. But now he's left the black for Vicky. And strategy with her, because she could leave that 9 where it is for now and play either of the other 2. What I guess he's probably suggesting to go off the side of the 12, nudge the 12 a little, and run the cue ball right down to this bottom end rail. That's what he's looking at, I think. And that will make it an extreme shot for Ralph, and another opportunity for Vicky to look at the new positions from wherever the cue ball lands. So this is a definite safety. Well, now, if Ralph knows how to cut real finely, which he feels confident about, he marked that pocket up immediately. He's going to go for it. No, he chopped on it, and it looks like it's going in the... Almost scratched off the black. But now it's an interesting position because the black is in the middle of the table. That gives it all 6 pockets as an option. So wherever Vicky leaves the ball, if she doesn't run these out, it could be lights out, and Ralph takes the game anyway. But she's on the 14, and she's scratched, and I guess that may be the end of the match. Ball in hand to Ralph on the black, 1 ball to win the entire shooting match for a 3-0. So Ralph lines it up. Chalked his cue. Position. Got the better of him last time. This time he lines it up, and I think he wins. Yes, and that's it. A 3-0 match. They shake hands. And everything's tied up, folks. It is 4-4, the end of the third match. And we're at 3 o'clock. No. Yeah, just on 3 o'clock as we start the fourth match. 40 minutes away from sudden death. At this moment, I'd hit that from Somerville is leading the overall score 2-1. Points is 4-4. So this game is probably, at the worst, this game must be decided in the 5th match, which will more than likely be a sudden death match, where we'll get to see a 2-frame match with 2 points on the first game and 1 point on the second game. Who's going up? Who's going up? So they put up Albert, their 5, and that's going to be a minimum of a four match. Who's gone up? And Daniel. So that's a 5-5 match. That's going to be 4 games to 4 games. That's definitely going to drag us over into sudden death. So this match will be Albert Mullis from Buford against Daniel Negro. They're both skill level 5s. Means this is a race to 4. And a lot is riding on this match. If I'd hit that wins this match, that puts them at 3 wins and a potential of either 6 or 7 points. Not enough to win outright because the final 5th match, the sudden death match, will have to be played. Okay. So Daniel won. Albert will rack. Daniel to break. Exactly 40 minutes to sudden death. The outcome of this match, even if I'd hit that wins this, cannot be decided on this match. They would be only 7 points. But no, actually they could. This match would actually win. No, it would be the best they could do would be 7-7 in sudden death. And they would have 3 games to 2. But right now, if Buford wins, that'll be 2 games apiece, and it'll be decided on the sudden death match. Just like what we like to see, folks, it's going to be a hill match. If we can get Buford to win this match as well, then that'll be 2-2 and 7-0 or 7-7 potential. If I'd hit that was to win the last match. Either way, it's all going to come down to this first game of sudden death. So Daniel opens. He's on solids. He's doing well in the first rang. He's positioned on the 1. Looking at the 5. And the 1's in. He's looking at that angle on the 5. I'm not sure that he has enough for it. He might. He does have an angle on a 7, though. That's a 7. Now he has an angle on the 5. But he stopped it, giving himself just the 2, which more than likely is going to put the 9 in the top corner pocket for Albert. Doesn't really want to break those up, so I mean, he might just, he probably wanted that in. Okay, so Albert is looking at the table. He's got 6 balls on the table. And he's covered that top pocket where Daniel has got his 2 wedged between the 11 and the 9. Eyes the 15 to the left corner pocket. Hugs it in the pocket. Now has virtually covered that. Both pockets are virtually covered up for Daniel. Wow. That was an interesting kiss. So Daniel sort of kissed the black right onto the 14 in the pocket. That, that could work out for Daniel if he gets the opportunity, because he could run up on the black and put the 14 in. But right now, Albert's having trouble finding the angles on the table. He has, maybe that was intentional, because he actually left Daniel with an interesting scenario. He could run it right up there and clear out the black. Or wow. So this is interesting. Albert's only got one ball that he can see. I think he's hooked on the corner of the pocket. Yeah, well, that's a good shot from Albert there. Puts the 13 away into the right corner. 15 is there as well, but he did the same thing. He overcut it or undercut it and left it hanging in the pocket, kicked it off to the rail. Still giving Daniel the option of going to the side pocket. Well done. Now this is an interesting kick, because if he hits it hard or enough for it to go across table, it's probably going towards that black. So the captain comes out. They're going to discuss it. It's not on the rail. Looking to soft hit it. Just soft roll it so it doesn't go across to the black. And frig it out, because his 14 is jammed in there. At 14 is so far in the pocket, he could roll up against the black as the last shot and possibly put it in. So Albert's got a look at the 10 down the rail to the left corner pocket. Well hit. Comes across off the rail for the 15. Probably looking to roll the 11 up to the 9. Well, this is interesting. Perhaps the cue ball does go past the black. It does. So that was a very good recovery by Albert, who takes the first game with this black. Does well and goes up 1-0. So Daniel racking, setting the rack. Albert prepares to break. And the black went around. No, it wasn't a black. It was a green. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 4. He got a solid. No, he got a stripe. So he's on solids. Albert's on solids. Yeah, I'll get this right. Albert is on stripes. And Daniel is on solids. Well hit. Oh, that was well hit. A double carom off the 6 and the what was that number? It's hiding behind me. Oh, the 12 into the pocket. Lines the 9 up to the same pocket. He's looking at where his next shot's going to be, because he could put the 9 in, but where's it going to go after that? Just covered up the 6 instead. Okay. So Daniel's time to open his account. Looking at the 2 to the bottom corner pocket. He could roll this on for the 1. Ooh! Slight miscalculation. He was positioned for the 1. Would have then been able to go up table. But instead turns the table over to Albert. Is electing to break open his balls. Now they're in better pocketed positions. Daniel to the top corner. The 6 attempted to try to cover, to clear something out, but just hit the 3 solid on the 12. He's got the 4. He's got these 2 down here he has to take care of, but the danger is he's got that 7 and he's got the 3 both tied up. He's got to be able to break those out. Well, he got the 3 out. It's still sort of covered, but not as badly as being married on the 12. He's looking at the 1. Nope, he's going for the 2. He won't be able to cover it. He's going to have to go all the way back down again. Oh, that's a way to clear it out. Well, now he has an option on the 7 to go in behind the 9. I think it passes. And that'll give him an opportunity to clear out the 3. But I don't think he cleared it far enough that it clears the 12. And he doesn't have any shot on the 1. He knew he's in trouble now because he left the ball in the center of the pocket, center of the table, and Albert has a clear look at the 9. He could use the 9 as a position for the 12, and stun from the 12 up to take the 15 back into the same pocket. Roll this one first along the rail and stun it up between the 3 and the 12. Whoa, dear, oh dear, he missed it. He got the same idea rolling around the 8, but left it hanging. So now the dynamics of the game has changed once more with Daniel in control of the table. more than likely he won't be able to hold it up there. Probably needed to hit it a little harder because now he's got himself a very thin shot on the 5, which he did perfectly. And now he's got to possibly bank it into the top corner. But he's going to end up being on the wrong side of the black. Perhaps not. Well, it was a fortunate kiss onto the 12, on the 15. But I think Albert can see the 12. Oh, he didn't see it. And gave ball in hand to Daniel. This becomes a relatively easy shot. He could just stun this thing and line himself up on the black. Which he did. He rolled it off the rail. But still, he's got a little bit of a cut on the black. It's not an impossible cut. He doesn't. Missed it, though. The nerves got the better of him. Just kissed the side of the pocket. So now Albert has a tough shot in front of him here. This is almost a half ball in each direction. But he's still got to get a position on the 13. And one way or another, the ball is going to come back out. If he reverse cuts it to the right, the ball is going to come out to the right side down here at the bottom end. So the captain comes out. They definitely have something to discuss. We're 20 minutes away from sudden death. So this match will carry over well and truly into sudden death. It'll play its full entirety. Well, the Albert elected to try to give Daniel a bank. My experience, Daniel is quite an accomplished banker, but that one was just a little bit wide. It's in neutral territory now because that 15 is very potable. As long as Albert can come, he won't be able to hold it. No, he's going to bank that one. Okay, he's going for the 13 first. He's not. He's going safe. Wants to play safe. Wow. This gives Daniel a bit of a challenge here because this could leave if he gives ball in hand, the game is possibly over. So Daniel's electing to come across and kick it off the opposite rail. and then back into the top corner pocket. And almost scratched in the same pocket. It was a very difficult shot at the best of times. Okay, so Albert with ball in hand needs to just put this in the side, roll up on the 13, put the 13 in the bottom left corner, and come back out just a little bit off the rail for the black in the top corner. Ah! And nerves got the better of him again. Wow, so that opened the dynamic of the game again, giving Daniel a shot into the top left corner pocket to win the frame. So Daniel eyes it up. There it is. They've tied it up 1-1. So in this must-win match for either team, the score is 1-1, and it's a race to 4. So there are a minimum of 3 games to go in this match. That the dynamic on that one could have changed immediately, just hugging in the corner. Nerves just got the better of Albert just there on that last shot. He was hesitant a little. He just rolled it towards the pocket, didn't really stroke it, and the nerves won out and left it hanging in the jaws of the pocket. So Daniel to break. Okay, so Albert takes over. On the 15 to the top corner. He's got a perfect position on the 9 to the bottom right corner. Shape on the 14 to the center. Left side pocket. Going to have a potential of, I think that's a 12-11 or 15-11. Can't see from here exactly into the top corner, but right now it's the 14. Hoping to break it, but didn't work. Well, now he's looking at the other one in the opposite corner. It looks like the 12-13. To this bottom left corner. The bottom right corner. I'll learn the left hand from my right hand at some point here. Either way, he's going to leave it fairly safe if he misses. What a perfect shot. Albert pulled that off perfectly. He threw the 12 over towards the center pocket. He threw the 11 up to the top. Oh, it hugged the lips of the pocket. Left Daniel with an open table now, but that 5 needs to be cleared. It's the only danger ball that he's got right now is the 5. If he can find a way to clear that one, most of the other balls are playable. Start with the 7. Oh, he spun it back into the pocket. He scratched. Yep, that happens a lot when you try to spin it back up the table and it's spun right into the center pocket. Well, now that gives Albert ball in hand. He's looking at that 12. He's got it, just like Daniel, he's got to free that 12 out of the way of the 5. If it goes, it'll go right into the top corner pocket. He'll perhaps just follow it through and give him a shot on the 11. Perfect. Or give him a shot on the 10. Not sure that he likes the angle on that one. He likes to take the 11. Now he's not giving himself a shot on the 10. This is unfortunate in the scheme of things, because that would have been a set and match game basically. Anyway, it missed it. Now it's Daniel's turn. He's got 6 balls on the table to Alan's 1. He's going to have to put a few together here to keep competitive in this particular frame. The 5 looks like it's the first one to choose. And he rolled up to the 3. Or will he tap in the 1? Might be looking at keeping the 3 as the pivot ball to get position on the black. He's looking at that 6. It's almost a straight shot. No, he likes the 1. Nope. He's going to go to the 4. Lots of choices for Daniel. He eyes the 6 into the side. Fine touch, but I'm not sure that that's what he wanted, because now it's given himself no shot on the 1 and a potential bank on the 6, on the 3. He still has the 2 down here, but he's playing safe. A very good safety shot, hiding the 10 behind the 2, giving Albert a very difficult shot and a potential ball in hand for Daniel. Barring Allen having a perfect kick off the rail onto the 10, I believe he's leaving Daniel in a very easy position to convert the rest of the table. I guess Albert sees a sliver of a ball. He did. So he's putting it back up here to make it difficult. He covered up the 1. And it was a very intelligent shot from Albert. So Daniel's coming back. He did kiss it. Well, this will be interesting. I don't believe he can put that down the rail without scratching. He tried though. I guess he could see more of it, or it was beyond the center pocket enough. Well, Daniel needs to look for the best position for himself. He's taking the 3. He couldn't hold it. It was a very thin cut. He's now got himself, he's on the wrong side of the 2. Ball in hand. The nerves got the better of Daniel here. So now Albert has a relatively easy conversion here. He can hit the 10 and either stun or draw back, and he's got the 5. He's got the 9. He's got the 8. One of these days I'll learn the colors. All right, they're going to discuss what to do. Usually it's always better to roll it, you know, to roll up on your black rather than try to screw back on the black, because it's an easier shot, and that's what the captain advised Albert about, lining it up to the center pocket and letting Albert take the angle and roll up on the black. He did well. Well, he went a little too far. Didn't quite read the speed of the table. Has now given himself a very, very thin cut if he wants to go to the top right corner. It's potential to bank, which he's going to go for. He's choosing to bank it. Banking it into the side pocket right where he's standing. Be careful not to push the ball. Oh, he missed it. And has opened the table again for Daniel, who does see the 2. And the 1 is past the center pocket enough, so if he rolls that up, he will have a position on the black. Checking the angle. Oh, we overcut it. Well, it's given him a classic reverse cut here from the center. Usually when the cue ball and the object ball are lined up to the middle diamond, it's a perfect half ball into either of the pockets. As long as he hits low, he should be able to put this black in with no trouble. He doesn't like it. Well, he's just checking it. There it goes. Perfectly done. So now Albert has gone up 2-1 on a race to 4. So it's Daniel to rack, Albert to break. This particular frame will actually see Albert either go on the hill or tie it up 2-2. was a big break. He sank a solid, so Albert is on solids. Not sure if he would have chosen solids because the 1's in trouble, the 7 and the 4 are in trouble. And now he's put the 6 over there with them. So Daniel's looking at the 11, and he cleared out the 9. He's got himself shape on the 15. Or does he? I think he does. Had to cheat the pocket a little bit there. Eyeing up the 10 to the side right pocket. Did very well. Drifted up the table. Now he's looking at either the 14 or a very thin cut on the 13. More than likely the 14, but that's going to have to be careful here that he rolls forward on it, but there's no ball down there to roll. Well, yeah, if he rolls forward, he can still get through to the 13. No, he's going to draw back on it. That was a dangerous shot. That scratch was really on, but it just kissed the side of the pocket, and he was fortunate to come out. Doesn't really have a good shot now on either the 13 or the 9. He might be able to bank the 9 or just play safe. Well, it's Albert's turn now, and looking at a less crowdy table. His 12 is in trouble. Oh no, wait a minute. His 7, he's on solids. Start with the 1. Come back for the 5, more than likely. No, he's going to go for the 2 up there in the corner. Well hit. This will give him shape on the 5 into the side. He may be able to roll forward and hit the 4, or just roll past it to give him enough of an angle for the left corner. But I guess he was playing for the 6. That was well hit. Almost cleared it out. The 4 will possibly bank across to the opposite pocket, which he does perfectly. Got perfect position on the 7. I'm not sure that he, well, maybe he does have the angle. Wow. Well, Daniel's looking at the 13. He's got a almost a straight shot on the 9 into the side pocket. He'll need to stun this and pretty much stop it, or that's what's going to happen. He'll follow through. This could be a little bit of a turning point in the match right now. With ball in hand for Allen, he has a positional shot on his remaining ball to get onto the black. He only needs one more game to reach the hill. And he put himself into a perfect position for the black into the top right corner. Oh, but he overcut it and missed his opportunity to close the match out there. That would have put him on the hill. So Daniel has one more life in this game. He can do something miraculous with the 12 right now. Cut it finally, perhaps. And go around the table and hope to get position on the black. Unfortunately, he kissed it too thin. He actually kissed the black as well. Lined it up more on the pocket, giving Allen an even greater percentage shot to go to the hill. So Allen's on the hill, 3-1, and that puts them ahead, 5-4. We're now officially into sudden death time. So this last remaining the fifth match will be sudden death, where the first game will be worth 2 points. 340. Okay, so Daniel is racking. He actually has to win 3 in a row to remain alive in this game. So Daniel to break. No, that was Allen to break. And he's got stripes, but he doesn't want stripes because he's hard up against the 9. Gonna lightly kiss the 9 or pass through, and wow, he could actually see the 15 from there. That was a good shot. It was delicate. Albert's got a very good eye for angles on this table today. He's on the 14, left corner pocket, drifts across. Didn't quite drift enough, but he does have the 11 in the top corner. If you can see it. I'm not sure that he can see it. No, he can just see the side of the 9. So he just drifted that up to the top rail and turn the table over to Daniel. Daniel missed and drifted the ball back up to, well, I don't think Albert's got a shot. I think that pocket doesn't, the 9 or the 11. The 11 covers the 9. The 9 doesn't have the angle from where the cue is sitting. The 13 doesn't have a pocket. So this will be a safety shot. Daniel to the 5 in the right corner pocket. The 7 is open. It'll pass the 9. But he wants to try the carom. And well done. Keeping that cue ball away from any of Allen's balls. But this, as he continues to run the rack, that was a perfect shot. That was an absolutely perfect shot. He's got shape on the 3. He's committed to it. To the right corner. He's got the 4. That'd probably go into the side pocket. He's got to get back for the 2. The 7, I believe, passes the 9. Whoa. It's going to be a difficult shot here without scratching. Well, a place to put it. The 10 will have to go behind the 2. So Albert on the 9 nudges the 11 just a little bit so it can go in the center pocket. Drifts down to the bottom rail to put the 10 into the left corner pocket. But I'm not sure that the 13 goes into the same pocket. I think the 2 is covering enough of it. I don't think the 13 passes. Very intelligent game. So he's left Daniel a very, very touchy shot. He could come off the bottom rail with a little bit of right English and tap the 2. No, I'm sorry. He was on. Oh, he gave him ball in hand. Intentional ball in hand. Well, now, Daniel can come off the rail and tap this in and drift all the way back up to the top of the table for the black. Oh, dear. He missed it. Look at this, though. Right behind. Well, that is a safety and a half, folks. He didn't play for it, but he got it. And that's a classic. That's probably the best safety I've seen. He didn't play for it, but he got it. Everyone's a good sport. Albert grins. Daniel laughs. It's just, it's the game, folks. Well, now it's Albert's decision, and this could be dangerous for Alan if he gives him ball in hand. Anyway, they're calling a timeout. Need all the counseling in the world for this one. If Albert misses this shot and turns it over, that will put Daniel at 2-3. Alan is still on the hill. Okay, they've decided what they're going to do. I don't know what they decided, but we'll see. Anyway, they're probably going to come away from the black in the hope to try to figure out some combination to get down and hit the 13. It's like it may be an Efren Reyes shot. Oh, no, look at that. A perfect shot. Alan did a marvelous recovery. Couldn't have been hit more perfectly. Left it back in the pocket and now has put pressure on Daniel to aggressively take this 2 on, try to put it down, and get position on the black. Oh dear, oh dear. Unfortunately, that may have spelled the end of this frame. Well, we'll see how well Alan navigates the stun shot to go up the table. I don't feel he'll have any trouble doing this. He's a strong skill level 5. Oh, would you believe it, folks? He scratches. This game has gone back and forth, folks. So now Dan has ball in hand on the black and an opportunity to make it 2-3. That was the match-winning shot for Alan. So now it is 2-3. And it'll be Daniel to break. Alan has one look of disgust in himself. He could not believe that thing went all the way back to the pocket and scratched. So now Daniel's goal here is to reach the hill and stay in this game. Alan's goal is to close it out and go up 6-4. Okay. The 7 shot right into that top corner pocket. Let's see what we're looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like Dan has 2 down, 2 solids, and position on the 1. Okay. He may be able to see the 5 from there. But either way, he's got to do a little bit of digging to clear out the 4 and the 5, as well as the 3. Now, Alan has a cluster here. He could carom the 12 onto the 14 into the top right corner. He could play the 9 down here into this bottom corner. It looks like he's going to go for the 12, 14. It went well. The 15 passes along the rail behind the 5 into the left corner. But I don't know whether he wanted that, because now he's going to have to come off the rail to hit the 12. And he hit the 10 instead. Well, it was a clean hit. But he's turning the game back over to Daniel now, who is looking at solids. He still has 4 solids to Alan's 5 and the black. So he's looking at the 4 to the center pocket. Oh, hit the edge, bounce back. May carom 5-4 into the pocket, but either way, it's covered up the 15 for Alan. Alan really doesn't have a clear shot anywhere. He's going to try and kick it. No. Put it behind him. Okay. Use the 15 to tie up both the 4 and 5. Daniel lines up the 3. Went well. He's now got a position on what? Let me see. All he has is the 6. I'm not sure if he can cut that in past the 10. Don't think it passes, but we'll see. He's got a better angle than I do. Oh, a perfect angle. Look at that. Wow. Well, it went in. Now what's he going to do? He should hit the 5. Right into the 12. Right into the 15. But he's not. Maybe he is. I would leave. Very good. Well, now, Alan has the 9 in the side. A tap on the 11. Now he's got the 11 in the side. But I guess he wants the 10 first. Well, that was unfortunate for Alan. He spun it just a little too hard, and it came right back into the side pocket. What Dan will probably do is roll the 5 across the rail to the opposite corner to give himself a shot at the 4. They have a timeout discussing it with their captain. It's a critical decision here. Allen is on the hill. He's shooting over the 15. He's got to make sure he doesn't screw in it. If he puts it a little further out and hits it so it hugs the rail, that'll be the shot. It'll stun out for the 4. And from there, he'll be able to position for the black. Daniel needs this game to stay alive. And he did it excellently, but now he made it. Well, at this point, he has a very extreme cut into the right top corner, or a bank back into this left corner at this end. Dan's choice. He's going to go try for the cut. He probably won't scratch because the 15 will probably hold the ball. But he scratched there. Oh, now that changes the dynamic of the game again. So now it's Allen's game to try and finish. He's got the 15 in the pocket. He's straight on the 11 across the table if he chooses. Okay, the 11 first. He's going to try and screw back a little bit, or stun it there on the 13. Just enough. And this seems to be it. This is so Allen will win this game. The team from Buford will tie up the game 2-2 and 6-4 in the score. So now we're in sudden death. This will be the last game. The decider will be made pretty much on the first or the second game. There's only 2 games, only 2 frames in this last sudden death game. The first frame is worth 2 points. Now, if Buford wins the first frame, the match is over. If Somerville wins the first frame, then it is tied up at 6-6. Can't be 6-6? Is it 6-4 right now? Yeah. So, yeah, it'll come down to that second frame. So the captain for I'd Hit That, Somerville, is going up. That's Brian Wilson. He's the 6, the highest ranking skill level on the team. And his objective is to win the first frame and the second frame to win outright and go to the final. If he loses the first frame, the game is over. The Nighthawks from Beaufort have not decided on their player yet. They're checking their scores to make sure. Yes, mine too. They're checking on the point score to make sure that they can keep within the 23 points. So Richard is a 6 as well. Richard Bishop from Beaufort, from the Nighthawks. He's a skill level 6. Brian Wilson is a skill level 6. They meet on the sudden death table. This is a must-win game for Brian. And if Richard wins, the game is over. If Brian wins the first game, then Brian has to win the second game to win 3 games outright. And go. Well, it would actually be going 7-6, I think. Okay, so Brian lost the toss or the leg, and it's Richard to break. Both players skill level 6. Both players capable of putting an 8 in on the break. The black was moving, but Richard got, what did he get? Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's on solids. So 2 balls went down on the break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Richard has 5 solid balls remaining on the table for Brian's 7. And the solids, in many ways, are actually more open than the stripes. Richard on the 1 for the left corner pocket. And scratches. Puts it in, but stunned it right across into the center pocket. Turning the ball table control over to Brian, who now has his work cut open because he's got 3 danger spots. He's got the 11 and the 14 clumped together. He's got the 9 and the 15 clumped together. And he's got the 10 hugging the 2 ball. So he's got 3 areas of trouble. He's got a couple of open balls. So he can clear up the 14-11 by putting the 11 into the side pocket. Which he does, and rolls up on the 14. He sees the 13 up there. Just cleared the black enough for the 13. It's a delicate shot. Now it'll come off the top rail, more than likely break out the 15 and the 9. Not sure he cleared the 9 from the 15, and I'm not sure that he can see the 12. Probably needed to hit that just a little harder. But he does have a thin cut on the 10, a reverse cut into the left corner pocket. Covered up the pocket with, covered up the 2 with the 10 ball. And left Richard with shape on the 5, shape on the 4, and potentially a cut on the 3, on the 6. Walks the table to check out the best lay of the land. At skill level 6, as most people have learned to map out their victory pathway all the way from where they are to the black to make sure they can run the table. That's what Richard's looking at. Not sure it's that easy just yet. His 6 is covered up on the right corner pocket at the top. The 2's covered up on the left corner pocket. He does have shape on the 5, but it's straight in and doesn't give him very much. He does have a look at the 4, and he can come out, if he puts the 4 on the side, come out with for the 5, and try to clear the 6. Well, that was a heavy hit. It came back all the way down to the bottom rail. That was a very good shot. Richard's got all 3. He's only got the 2 ball to navigate now. If he can put a fine cut on the 2, he will have position on the black. Well, he cleared it out, but now he's left all 4 balls very open, very potable, and Brian takes over. Brian studies his options. He's got to be very careful here that he plants these in the correct order, because he's got to get all 4. Starts with the 9. Gets an angle on the 10. You just check the black to see if it came past the 2, but probably he's thinking about going up to the top corner. It was a good hit. But he was checking actually for the 12 to see if it went down to the bottom corner, which it does. Okay, he's committed the 12 to the bottom right corner. No. He actually missed it. He tried to play safe. He opened it, and now Richard has a clear shot at the 2 in the bottom left corner, the bottom right corner. He screwed back a little too far. So that's going to give him a narrow bank into the center pocket. He just played safe. So now it's Brian to navigate two very difficult positions. This is a must-win game for Brian. If he loses this game, the match is over and Buford wins and passes through to the final. They're discussing their options in the only timeout they have. There's a lot riding on this, folks. This is almost a must-pot scenario for Brian. Okay, they've committed. So Brian's looking at, what is he looking at? A reverse bank? It looks to be. And I think he's probably lost the match. Richard has to. All Richard has to do is put this in the side pocket and they win the match. And they win. Buford wins and eliminates. I'd hit that from Somerville in sudden death. So, folks, at 5 o'clock we start the final. Check out Facebook for the new link, and we'll give you plenty of advance notice as soon as we're ready to go live. Thanks for watching.